Yeah, I've got to figure out the audio out. Now it says mic 3. Let me just double check some OBS settings real quick. Something's weird about my audio right now. I can tell you that. Okay. Letting it go, just like Elsa. Except, you know, did Elsa really let it go? Because she just wouldn't stop talking about it. It's like breaking up with someone and being like, I'm over him. And then you just won't stop talking about him. It's like, Elsa, I got bad news for you, Elsa. I think you might still be on that person. We're going to make a folder called import. We also need to there we go. Okay. So now we have the import script, and if we go and create a new scene in 3D and we drag the anvil in, we should have nothing. That is weird, right? Did we re-import it? Yeah. Hmm. Cyclical recursion. I don't think it knows that it's been moved. We're going to reload. Unless you put it in a separate channel. Yeah, I'm aware of all that. I'm trying to do that. It's just, it won't let me. My, something about my setup. It don't like it. What the fucking hate my guts for? Editor scene post import. Prints. Yo. Okay. There's a rigid body. There's the rigid body. And why are we not seeing this on here? Come on, Cricket. Blast through this fast, dude. I don't see the collision shape. It's not here. We want that strict block shape. Yeah, are you mad at me? Dude, why won't it import? Do we have to say the owner is the scene? Is that bullshit? Yep. That did it. Okay. So now we have the collision body. Nothing inside of us. The collision shape is there, but we're not seeing it here because of how shit works in the editor. So we literally can't see where this is. Why? Here's a question. Why are we off in our 3D space? Nobody knows. Colin, how's it going? Yeah, 30-day jam, 72 hours, no problem. Ah, it's because we went off. Okay. So now let us also adjust the block. We're going to do a couple things here. We're going to extract our materials. This is a trick that we learned. long ago. Create a folder called materials, re-import. And that way we all share the same materials. This is, if you're borrowing assets from somebody, this is a good trick so that your video memory doesn't get too big in Godot. Of course, it doesn't see the folder materials, so I guess it didn't do anything with it. Do we need res colon / / Is that what we need? And then it'll make the folder. Mayhaps. Nope. Materials. Now the folder exists. Negative. And we want to scale in half so that we're 1. So we're the right size. Now, the root scale, this is weird because is this going to break? Is the child collision also going to be scaled wrong? I can't tell. I can't fucking see it. Editable children. Yeah, so now we're matching. So now we have a collision that matches the mesh. Good. 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 And we're well on our way here. Whoa. Select current folder. Keep internal. Extract and overwrite. That's what we want. Okay, so if we do that, whoops, I think we just picked 1. There we go. It's late here. Just wanted to wish you good luck on the jam. Hope you have fun, man. Colin, I appreciate it. I hope my viewers understand that I'm still going back to the tree stuff. I literally just can't right now. I just can't. I can't with the physics. Okay, so we have 2 materials for our blocks. Now we got our blocks. Good. Now let's set this up so we're good to go for our 3D grid. So we're just going to drag all of our blocks in here. You know what I'd love is if we could quickly have Godot just spread these out proper so we could just see them. I could write a script, but it's kind of a bummer that it just doesn't, like, there's not an easy trick to that. And there might be. Yo, Fiera, how's it going, man? Let me do a shout out to Fiera. I got to do a shout out to Colin first. Colin. And perhaps I don't have a shout out properly set up. There we go. Shout out to Colin. Another streamer. Game from scratch. Homemade. Even my wife is like, you're doing a jam? You're doing a jam? Yes. Okay, we're going to export as a mesh library. This is a very, very important step. So, blocks, mesh, library, and invalid extension. Your mom's an invalid extension. Do I actually have to, do I literally have to put an extension name in here? Okay. Oh, Jotson, what's up? Yeah, this is my Tweety Bird. Tweety Bird mug. I thought I saw a putty cat. Dustin, how's it going? We do shout out to Fiera. Yeah, so we're taking a little bit of a break, guys. I'm sorry to do this to you guys. I know I'm a disappointment when I do this, but you get used to it. But we are not leaving node block node library scene. We know we're a scene because we're TSCN. I used to work for a internet company called TCSN. TCSN, we've got connections. TCSN, we've got connections. That was their commercial jingle. All right. Vex, what's up? Weirdest thing about working at TCSN or at, I feel like that's a game in itself, working at an ISP in the 90s or early aughts, I should say. I just sang that with you in case you were wondering. Let me do a shout out to Jotson. Damn it, I got to keep up with everybody. Jotson's working on the mailroom. See, Jotson's focused on one singular thing. Behind the scenes at nights, I am dedicated to working on a project with Greg. It's something that I'm trying something different with that, where once there's something ready, I'm going to just show it one day on the stream. And I'm going to say, well, I'm looking for playtesters. And then you'll not see it again. And then we'll bring it back again. And then take it away. And then bring it back again. And that's how I'm going to show it. Instead of seeing how the crap is made. All right, so now we need to start building the system for our blocks. So what I'm working on is we're doing Metroidvania game jam. Don't know what the theme is. It's a month-long jam. Here's the plan. I'm going to make a Minecraft-style Metroidvania game. What does that means to me is I'm not going to have like your crafting. I don't know. Maybe. I don't see why. But the idea of the blocks, right? So Minecraft and Metroidvanias, it's all about like navigation and getting more skills for like navigating and stuff, right? So you're going to get something where you can destroy a certain type of block or something, right? It's that kind of thing. And so you're going to be navigating rooms that are essentially like Minecraftian, dungeons and overworld and stuff like that. And so that's the thinking there. And so right now I'm just working on building everything we need to sort of get that ready. Okay, so we have our block mesh library all set. Whoops. There we go. Okay, so there's all of our possible pieces. And if I put one in now, how do we paint? Paint, okay. So we can paint one of these sons of bitches in. Now, it seems like we're off already. Why is that? Because our cell size is too big. So we fix that like so. Okay. Now we're good. And we're on our way. Creativity doesn't go to straight lines. I've zigzagged a lot before I got to mailroom. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, the thing I'm working on with Greg is like I'm like wearing white gloves and I'm like very carefully going, okay, this is right. This is right. I can actually show you. Can I show you one thing from it that I worked on? I probably shouldn't. I'm not going to show you. I showed Jake. Only one other person besides Greg has seen it. I remember the sheep game. Let me do a shout out to Vex. Vex also successfully launched a game on Steam. Okay. So we got all these goofy blocks. Are these really it? Feels like there should be more. Let me check something. Oh, that's resource bits.
Heading out.
Okay, I'll be right there. So I did block bits. And it's showing 117 items. And if we divide that. All right, I gotta go say goodbye to my kids here in just a second. So we're looking at a total of 58 items. Is there an easy way to count this? Let's go here into our block node library. Oh, come on, Godot. Show me a count. Is there an easy way to see how many I have here? You're going to make me count by hand? Like a pleb? Okay, we're good. Confirmed. We have all the blocks that we could possibly have for this. Okay, so now what we want to do is have the idea of what a block is. What a block is, what a block needs, what a block something something. You guys know the song? Straight from the 90s. Be right back. Gotta go say bye to the kids. The Omni block. We're going to find out the theme at 8 o'clock. Be right back. Okay, we're back. All right. So, Justin, how you doing, man? Let me do a shout out to Justin Helps. Or now we got to do Medusa. Medusa was next. Medusa just starting to stream, doing Godot as well. Working on a chess game right now, I believe. Unfortunately, looks like the shout out didn't work. I have just not been able to watch anybody stream lately, and I apologize for that. It's just not possible. Anyways, today we went to kind of a get together with the homeschoolers, and it was like an end of the year thing. And it sounds like my daughter did really well in her math state test, even though she didn't think so. The teacher was like super proud of her. So, teacher, by teacher, I mean, they call them homeroom teachers, but it's just like they act as proctors mostly. Yeah, you haven't watched my OnlyFans in like 2 weeks. My wife found out about the subscription. I don't know what to do anymore. Okay. Back to the block thing. So we're going to use inheritance. If you can believe it, we're going to use inheritance. We're going to use inheritance. And so the trick to this is with our assets. So our individual assets on the import, right here, you can do this. You can say root type, and you can pick it. So what we're going to do is we're just going to create a block type, and then we're going to have a bunch of inherited, like, oh, this is sand or this is whatever, right? So it's going to be that simple. And so we're going to do that right now. So let's go ahead and go over here down to scripts. Let's move this up a little bit so we can see. And we're going to say scripts. We're going to say block. And this is a node 3D. And create. And then bam, bingo, bango, we have class name block. That's a little custom import script that I have, or not an import script, but what do you call it when you create a new? There's this special thing you can do, and a template. And so the template just automatically creates a class name based off the file name that I give. It's just a nice little trick to make it a little bit faster, because I typically am going to create the class name of the name of the file, right? So it's just a little bit faster there. Okay, so now we have block, and now we can start to do like the different block types, right? So I guess in general, we'll have everything be block, and then what we're going to do is only on the ones that can be changed or manipulated are we going to have those be not block, but some sort of inheritance thing. So now if we search for block, there it is, and we make sure everything else is kosher, re-import. So now everything is block. So any sort of overrides or anything that we put in here will exist for all blocks. Okay, so we've done that. We have a grid map. On the grid map, what we need to do is set a set size for the grid map. The grid map needs to be some sort of scale size. So what we have to do is determine, we have to determine how, we're going to make like a Minecraftvania. So we're going to, do you think it's weird? Like the mug points in so I see it, but I want everyone else to see it. And the handle position I feel like is important for that. But I don't drink left-handed. This is awkward. This is a giant mug, by the way. I'm drinking a ton of tea. Nathir, I was lurking on your stream when you were playing Words. Something Words. I kept waiting for the new one to start, and you were AFK or something. Is your camera mirrored? They should offer left and right-handed mug options. They really should. They should allow you to move the handle around. Just another thing to lose. You know what they should have is a mug subscription that you pay for. Don't you think, guys? Mug subscription? Okay, so now let's figure out how big everything should be. So first thing we're going to do is go down a level. Whoop, -1. And we're just going to lay a bunch of stuff down. And I guess we'll just do dirt with grass. The traditional dirt with grass of Minecraftia. And let's just build it into about here. So because we're doing a Metroidvania, like I said, what we're going to do to make the map system work, how we need it to work is we're going to build inside of a quab. So we're going to have some sort of cubed area that we're allowed to build in. You know, the more I think about this, the more it shouldn't be on negative either. So let's go ahead and delete that. I believe that we can do some sort of graphical, some wide selection area. There's Phil. Phil Nye, the science guy. I guess we're just going to have to delete. Oops, that's not delete. Duplicate. Delete. V physical. What? I don't know, bros. There we go. I should be able to choose like a scale, right? Come on. Isn't there like whoa, I don't want to do that. Isn't there a way to build ugh. Fine. We'll do it by hand. We're not going to do negatives. We'll start out at 0. And yeah, I don't even know how we're going to do saving or anything, frankly. This is going to be tough. There's some aspects of this that I'm already like, oh my God, how am I going to do this? But we're going to just keep moving forward because that's what you do when you have your constant midlife crisis. So just trying to do grassland. And we can start working on lighting stuff too. Each quab could have lighting effects, right? So we could say when you enter this quab, the lighting is going to change. The environment lighting is going to change, right? You're going into a cave, and so it's going to get darker or something like that, right? Okay, so this is like just for a test run. And that's the other thing too, is we need to be able to save this into a series of rooms that I can edit on their own. So we have this. We're just going to save this as test grid map. And we got to put a camera in here. And we need a player controller. Might as well just do it. Let's go ahead and trying to remember. I remember there's like new scene, 3D scene. Wasn't there other node? I feel like there was like a way of just creating like a baked I think what it was is it was under node 3D, and then you would choose it's under the physics, right? So we would do good googly. Here we go. Character body. And then attach script, and I think we can bake one in here. Yeah, basic 3D movement. So let's go ahead and call this player controller. Inherits. Fine. Rename. Player controller. Okay, and then we're going to slap the base mon. We're going to slap a camera on here. Slap the base mon. We need a colliding space, so we need a capsule, so we need to be collision shape. And we're going to be a capsule. We're looking good. And player controller, scene, save. Good. Now we're going to throw a player controller in here. Instantiate child, scene, player controller. There we are. Bring it on up. Moving on up. So then we run the scene. Ah! we fall through the world. So far, so good. Let's confirm when we run the scene. Ah! Grid map. Oh, shit. No, sir. You might not want to use grid map. Grid map appears to not give a damn about our collision elements. As a matter of fact, it seems to be in its own little world. These are not... It's got our mesh, but then none of the collision elements. So what we could do is on the grid map itself, add the collision shapes. I'm a little astonished here that there's not... Now, if we go to Mesh Library, let's go over to the Mesh Library. What the source of this was. M's back. Is the game jam done yet? If this was a Jacob stream, it'd be done already. I know. Dude's making games in like 5 seconds. Like sneezes and farts out a game. So this should be our node library. There's our rigid body. Nice and rigid. Now, is it possible? Let's run it again. Run the scene again. Ah! We fall through the world. Our grid map shows nothing. Individual collision layer on the fucking grid map. This is stupid. I'm just going to say it now. This is stupid. Platform floor layers. What is all this? What? Floor layers, wall layers? What? What is all that? So we're masking. But when I look at the player controller right now, it's just a camera. I don't see the collision shape. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Let's change the collision shape to be something we can actually see. Save it. Oh, there it is. Okay, so there we are. So why are we falling through the world, I wonder? Who am I? Try again. Ah! Is it because we're a child in the grid map and some bullshit like that? This is all awful. We're already in awful land. So grid map sucks. Grid map is only creating meshes. It's not using the scenes. But the entire grid maps as a whole. Let's turn on collision shapes. Let's add an environment so we can see. We want to do that. Whoa. Okay, let's do some ambient lights. Bring it in half. Whoa. We'll go by color. Whoa. And we'll turn on. See if we just hide grid map. That's not going to help us. Let's look this up. Let's do it. Create a collision shape. You can manually assign a static body and a collision shape 3D to each mesh. I am. Is it because the child do I have to do this bullshit? Where like you can manually assign a static body and a collision shape 3D to each mesh. So I have the static body, but I'm wondering if it's actually not including the collision shape because on our block instance, there's like no way to examine this. Alternatively, you can use mesh menu to automatically create the collision body based on mesh data. Static body, collision shape. Oh, you've got to add it to the mesh. Roger that. So, son of a bitch. I have to find... We're just going to assume, we're going to pray and hope that each scene's first child, get child, 0, add child. And then we're going to re-import. Hopefully this does not break. And we got a bunch of red. How you doing, Greg? Can I get class block? Get children. And then we go 0. Because it's an array. And then we add child to the first. I'm doing good. Trying to decide what to eat for dinner. Bunch of errors. Cannot get class. The rigid body is underneath the mesh now. Let's try and run it again. Ah! Okay. So is the problem that despite there being a rigid body, we don't see the collision because, yeah. Okay, so we're going to set owner. And all this is going to do is iterate over Okay. So then we go 4. 4 is a reserved word. Node is reserved word. Object is a reserved word. I think 2 might even be a reserved word. 2 owner equals owner. Owner node. Two node. 4 node. We'll do 4 node owner. Owner node. And then 4 child node in 4 node get children. Child set owner node child. So now for each child, it'll change the owner over to the right thing. And so if there's any children, they'll be properly assigned. So now if we re-import again, we should have, now it's all gone. Well, fudge me. Oh, we didn't add, so scene, add child, block. My bad. Set owner. I'm in 2 streams, and one of them is this Christian Minecraft stream, and the other is Foul Mouth Artist stream. It's a struggle to keep them separate. Bouillon. Sid, how's it going? Do a shout out to, there's somebody I haven't shouted out. Justin helps. And then we'll do one for Bouillon. Yours is the Christian Minecraft. As always, we begin each stream with a prayer. Please, everyone, bow. Bow your heads, please. Lord, if you're out there, if you can hear us, I know some of us are straying from the path. I shouldn't jest. I shouldn't jest on that stuff. There it is. Now we got the collision shape. All right. So leave me alone. All right. So grid map. Do we need to re-import? You know what? Maybe we need to re-import the mesh library. Import from scene. Apply transforms. Update from scene. There's no update from scene. So I guess what we'll do is we'll just export. We've got the node block library, and we'll just export it and overwrite. How about that? Okay, so we've overwritten. Oh, I think I see. I don't see any collisions. I don't think it's gonna work. Ah! What a waste of fucking time. Are we just not gonna use grid map? As nice as it would be to be able to just place blocks for this fucking thing. Sorry for cussing. Why the hell? Now there's us. That's where all the deleted default quabs went. Exactly. Let's add a light source. One of them directional lights. I can't see. There it is. There we go. Yep. Grass notoriously very shiny. Although actually kind of is. Ah! All right, let's try going higher up. Maybe we just need to be a little higher up before we... Fuck a duck, man. Fuck a duck. You can manually assign the static body and collision shape 3 to each mesh. I've done that! Alternatively, you can use the mesh menu to automatically create the collision body based on the mesh data. Let's do this. Quick load. There's no way to hide the mesh. This is turning into a clusterfuck. Bake navigation. Let's see. Mesh library. There's nothing here to bake the fudging thing. Don't believe his lies. Don't believe his lies. There's nothing here. Why is this lying to us right now? Create collision shape on the mesh. Ah, I know where the problem is. I know where the problem is. It's right here. Now see, this is correct. An incoming node's name clashes with anvil rigid body collision shape already in the scene, presumably from an EK. Okay. Okay. So it was there. So this is just a waste of time. We're going to go like this. We're going to bring it back in, bring it around town. Already in the scene from a more nested instance. Please fix and resave the scene. The fuck are we talking about? Maybe we should go like this instead. So this has something to do with the imports. I got Tarzan Boy stuck in my head right now, guys. Oh, do 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 do. Can't add child rigid body to dirt 2. Already has a parent dirt. Huh? Let's try dirt 2. What are we talking about? What's going on? What's going on? Oh, that fucking SNL skit, dude. What's going on? What are we doing? Stop! I don't want to add it. So how about you just stop making that error? Meshes, materials. God bless America. Okay, let's try this. Let's try this. Let's try this. Let's try this. Funk ready. Print. I have another idea here for how to get around this bullshit. So we're just trying to get going. I just want to make the fucking game. Make the game. What's going on? What's going on here? Ah! Okay. It's just straight up. It's straight up now tell me. Do you really want to love me forever? I just I'm really wondering if I'm caught in a hit and run. I just not sure. Okay. So I think what we're gonna do is a little jank, but we're gonna do it just a little jankly. Just waiting for the occasional player to space launch. Mm-hmm. So what we're gonna have to do, I think, is okay. We're gonna use the grid map for designing. But when we actually go to play the game, we're going to go through the grid map and instantiate everything as nodes. So, yeah, we'll have that as like the level designer. You got some latency? Yeah, do audio only. Do you ever wonder if at some point in the future plants will evolve to get rid of the middleman? Instead of using bees, they'll just sit in fields squirting honey at each other all day. I suspect, from an evolutionary standpoint, what could happen if bees stop pollinating plants is that plants become massive pollinators themselves, so that wind itself will help pollinate. So we'll have massive pollen storms and stuff. And like the plants themselves would pollinate to such an extreme degree to fill the void that the bees were filling, that they'll just like dust the earth. Here's a crazy thing to think about pollen too, because in the early days, so we didn't have like fruit plants for a long time, right? In evolution in the past. And so I think that think about the chicken and the egg, but from the standpoint of pollination and the bee. Like, how the fuck did that happen? How did that happen? What a weird dance. Think about how unique that is to our planet if there is life elsewhere. The bee and the plant are such a uniquely paired together relationship that's probably unique solely to Earth if there is life out there. Hell, even plant life itself might be solely unique. Obviously, we don't even know about DNA and if DNA exists anywhere else. I don't know, guys. I'm kind of dubious that there's like a lot of life elsewhere. Not saying there's a grand creator, but I'm saying that we're extremely lucky. Like a hallucination in the grand cosmos. I don't know. It's weird. But like, what circumstances creates the genetic? Like, is there a pre-DNA that we don't know about? D's nuts everywhere. Anywhere. D's nuts anywhere. Yeah. I swear this is what pine trees do. They just spray their seed. Yeah, dude. Man, you'll go outside on the day that pine trees decide to just dust the ground, and the ground is just like orange. It's like, it's just like, oh shit. Uh, okay. Okay, so, um, how do we do this? Let's write a tool for this, because we need to essentially we need to be able to plop these things in. And I really just want to get the player moving around, but now we're running into this like, oh, well, surprise, motherfucker. Like, how are you going to even do any of this? So, because we have to have the block breaking thing, right? That's like part of this. So, what we'll do is we will create a script for this grid map thing. We're going to call this, we'll refer to them as rooms. It's a room editor. Okay. And I'm going to go tinkle really quick. I'll be right back. Okay, back. The fact that everything is simply encoded with tons of tiny microscopic string of simple proteins is super sus. Yeah, that's the leap, right? Evolution provides the pathway of like, well, but how do you like you don't go from nothing to, you know, what is it, guanine, cytosine, whatever it is, identitine, or what, I can't even remember all the names. But like, so you get to that from where even? Vantham? Yeah, we're doing it. It's gonna be a Minecraftvania. We'll see. Just for a 30-day thing. Just a jam. I need a palette. I need a mental vacation. A mental vacation. We're running into some issues already, but that's fine. Extend, so class name, room editor. I don't know why it didn't do that, but it didn't. Okay, so now we have room editor. We know that we're a grid map. We have a list of things here. So here's our problem. These link to meshes, not to scenes. So we're already in a pickle. Already in a pickle. So what we have to do is create a lookup that has all these sons of bitches in it that we then use to instantiate our friend, the atom. So how do we do this? I've never done anything where you bring in, you create from GLTF. I've never done that. I've never done it before. So I guess what I'll do is bring this over here. I've never done it before. Oi. What happens if I do this? Can I drag it in? No. Can I copy? No. Nothing is going to make this easy. That's cool. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so scared. We have the Yud. I'm in the starter part of my beard and it itches. I'm in the, oh my God, why are there so many grays in my beard phase right now? Holy Moses, there's a lot of grays there. Var, look up. How about this? How about this? How about this? How about this? Var meshes. Var blocks. How about this? Array of blocks. But they're array node 3D. Node 3D. And we're going to do an exporter for this. How about that? Even better. Okay, so now we go back over here. And we're going to look at our test scene, which is, I don't know where it is. Does anyone know where that went? Test grid map. The fuck? How is it acting like it's an empty scene? There we go. Okay, and then so over here we have nothing. Great. Is this because we need it to be a tool? Or did we not add the script to it? We did not add the script to it. Attach script. Browse. Room editor. LOD. There we go. Blocks. We've got a node, an array, and now can we just drag the asset in? Negative, Ghostwriter. Is it an array of resources? If I just do generic resource. Wait, let's go in and out. And I drag that in. Dude, shut up. I need to hear it. Brah! Quick load. Here they are. Well, let me drag and drop it in. Shits the bed. Where are we shitting the bed? Which does not inherit from node scene. Tempting to set an object of... You know what? I'll set your object. Pack scene, it's a type array. Brah. It's an array. Oh, our answer's there. They're packed scenes. It thinks it's a pack scene. So now if I put it in, wait, gotta close. Pack scene array. That didn't work either. Into a typed array. Quick load. Hey. Which does not inherit from node 3D. So is it saying node 3D? God bless America. I did node 3D. It didn't like it. Yeah. It wants it from the scene. That ain't gonna work. Hack scene. Come on, give me something I can work with here. We got a bunch of pack scenes right here. Take your pack scene. Here they are. Right here. Instantly display error for pack scene. Right here. Shits the bed. Let's go back over here. Scene. Ah, we're doing it twice. We're doing it twice. That's why we're getting that error message. I see. Cannot get class. There is no class. God, fuck. Shut up. Sorry for cussing, guys. Oh my God. Owner scene walk. Let's set owner here. This isn't Christian at all. Dude, I don't know what. Sweet Lord. This is how I did it before. Stop. And we're fine. Okay. So that's what we want. All right, let's re-import these. Okay. So then let's go back to grid map and see if it'll let us put this in here now. Negative Ghostwriter. Why not? What is it fucking bitching about? Quick load. Dirt. Attempted to set object of type pack scene into typed array, which does not inherit from node 3D. What if we did variant? You could just be anything. That's just variables. So that's not going to work. Just want a goddamn lookup. Want an easy way to assign a lookup. So it doesn't like the type. What if I just say array? It automatically expects variant if you do that. If I choose pack scene, when I put it in, it says, oh no, that's a node 3D. And then it doesn't like it. If I choose node 3D, then it intrinsically wants to find inside the scene tree. of this current scene, which is not what I want either. I can't drag it in. That doesn't let me do it. Show all. I have to select a node inside here. Now, I guess what I could do, I just got to brute force this. We're in jam mode, right? So what we'll do is we'll have this stupid scene here that we've got, right? And we'll use this. Nathir, what's up? Theme is unknown. Theme is unknown. So what we'll do here is we're going to call this the mesh. We're going to call it our mesh library. Or how about node block library? Okay. And we're going to attach a script to this. And I don't know why it says node. So block library. Okay. So now we have the block library node. And then so what we're going to do here is we're going to say const block library, excuse me, scene. This is terrifically crap. Packed scene. Look what I'm doing. Look, Ma. And then we're going to get the UID of this sumbitch. Rename it. Copy the UID. Preload. Like that. So now we have that. And if we instantiate this, var block lookup block is going to be an array See, if there are an array of node 3Ds, this is fucking horrible. All this because I can't drag and drop some. Because what I should be able to do is fucking just drag and drop this into the editor. How about this? We'll go over to scripts. We're going to go to room editor. And see if we can do it in here. It won't open in here, so we got to temporarily disable external editor. This is a nightmare. Use external editor. We're going to turn that off. Room editor. Can we drag and drop these sons of bitches in here? Yes. Thank you. Good gravy. This is what we want. Okay, so if I just save this, turn our editor back on, go back over here. Okay. Now we can set this up as our lookup. What a waste of time. So now we have our lookup here. This will match the order of everything. So this is going to be a dictionary. You know what? It actually still can be an array. We can do it by indice. An array of packed scenes. Right, bros? Right? And then we just make our array. We got a big old fatty array right in front of us. She's a juicy one. Look at how big she is. That's a fatty array right there, boys. Okay. And then what we want to do is on the tail end, we want to add a comma. So we're just going to highlight all these sons of bitches. Go like this. Say GLTF quote becomes, and do we need to escape the quote? Yes, we do. So GLTF, wait a minute, that's a PNG. Oh, we'll get rid of that. GLTF becomes GLTF end quote, comma. And there's our fat ass array. Now, okay, so these are strings, not pack scenes though. So it's an array of strings. And I guess we should call this the block scenes. Okay. And then we'll make the lookup, the pack scenes, var lookup block scene is an array of packed scenes. And then we're going to go iterate through all these sons of bitches and instantiate. So block scenes, blocked scene scenes path. So for each block scenes path, and look up block scene resize to block scenes path size. So this array is sized to what we need it to be for path string in block scenes path. We then say look up block scene. Now, do we want to resize? No, we just want to append. I mean, we could do that if we resize it, but we'll just append. So we don't need to do this. It's slower, but it'll be fine. Append. And what we want to do is say var scene packed scene. And we're going to say resource loader load path. There's our packed scene, and then we append that packed scene. And now we have a reference of all the packed scenes. Okay, good. Okay, so that's set. Okay. It's our mesh. It's Gilgamesh. It's 2Bob. How's it going? I'm taking a break for the tree thing. We'll be back to it, but I need a mental reset. Mental vacation from it. Okay. So, so we have now our grid map. So let's look that up. It's the physics thing. It's so much with the physics. Okay, so how do we do this? We want to get all the set cells. So get meshes, no. Get used cells. This big old vector 3 array. For vector position. Cell position. Vector 3i in get. What is it? Get used cells. Okay. So print cell position. Okay, so now if we run this, test grid map, save, get rid of that, run it. Okay, so we have all of our cells set. All right. So the good thing about this is we can actually bake our scenes. Which will be nice, because if we set this up, if this gets complicated and we set it up and it's like loading every time, it's going to be a disaster. But otherwise, we'll be able to bake the scene, save the scene, and it'll just be, if we edit the level editor thing, it'll then bake in the corresponding scene. Dustin, how you doing, too, Bob? Okay, so now we have our cell position. Then we want to get cell item. This will return an integer. And now this is how we can instantiate the actual thing that we want to put on that position. So we say get cell item, cell position. Now we have the index number. Then we use the lookup block scene to look up that index number, like so. And now we can instantiate. And actually, we don't. Yeah, this is fine. So we're going to instantiate, and then we're going to say var block. For now, we're calling it, it'll be a block. Go like that, and then we say block position equals cell position. And then we say add child block. And then after all this is done, we just clear the grid map. And all the Unreal cells will go away. Trying to assign a type of Node 3D to block. Now, let's confirm something here. I'm going to go over here and we're going to grab any of these sons of bitches. Stop this. Look at our import. Root type. Did we move block? No. So the root type shouldn't be this should be a block. Why ain't it? Let's check scripts block. Class name is block. Ready, yo. This was part of our problem. Why is it not? How about we clear root type out, reimport, go back. It's still showing block. Change. Now it says node block. Why is it showing the script? They all show it. Why is it showing the script? There's root script here. Right? But we don't want that. Now, block is for Node 3D. It's under Node 3D. I think something might have broken in one of these releases. Node 3D. Fucking bullshit. Wrong. Lies. dirt. It's a node. It says it's node 3D. It's not a node 3D. Cannot get class scripts block. Invalid owner. Owner must be ancestor in the tree. Invalid owner. Okay, that's our biggest hint that something's wrong. Oh. No, that's the rigid body. What does this loop happen at? There was no value given for the key block. I'm gonna change this to taco to make sure is it talking about this. There was no value given for the key block. Please report. What? All right. Let's do a search. Godot. There's no fucking dictionary that we're getting right now. If in a tool script. Let's try that. Well, that reduced one of them. Right? If I put this back, whoops. Godot pipe. Got to update my ignore list. Yeah, it can't do get tree. So this is a lie. Does it matter? Cannot. Does block have to be a tool? Because of this is fucking stupid. I don't understand. this is trash. No, we'll know at
You okay, guys?
8 tonight. We'll know a theme at 8 tonight, Els. Do a shout out. Turn the fan on. It's getting hot in here. Godot imports will not assign roots type. I mean, it has the block scripts now. Still passing through the world. Oh, there we are. Why are we invisible? Huh. Let's grab the Okay, so our ignore list is good. Lamarchi, yeah. Still Lamarchi. How's things going with you, Nick? All right, I'm just grepping some stuff that I got from our arborist code we're gonna use. Um, left, right, forward, back. I'm pretty convinced at this point that this team just doesn't have the ability to transform into something that can make larger games like what Whisperstone has to be. What does that mean? Do you think that it's not going to happen? Well, mostly just that they refuse to like have deadlines and people in charge of stuff. So, I mean, can you talk to not your team members, but like whoever's responsible, like, hey, you know, this is taking a while, and I feel like something's not right here, and I want to push the game through, but I'm not getting any traction. Like, is there someone you can have a talk to, right? Like about that? Okay, so now we should have some character controller. Whoa. Oh shit, we're rigid bodies. Oh my god. I'm such an idiot. We want to be static bodies. Okay, that's easy to fix. We're falling. The rigid body is falling and the mesh is staying there. Static body or collision shape. We might be okay. I might be able to go back to using grid map. Okay. I've done that. They're more like fundamentally ideologically opposed to doing things differently. The parts of the game they're good at are progressing. The parts of the game they don't understand, they're messing up. The parts of the game that they don't perceive because they don't exist in the smaller games they're used to are holding us back forever because they're underestimating the importance and the amount of work they take. Basically, what this means is we're really good at getting artwork done and really bad at getting the testing and writing done. And I feel like everything that was tested has been changed enough that it needs to be retested. And those things were changing mostly from lack of understanding. Anyway, enough of that. Well, Els, my daughter is now 9. So if you need some more testing from her, she's more than willing. Dude, why does it keep wanting me to save a dirt scene? Okay, here we go. Okay. So now we have movement. Let's see if we can get this without doing the clearing and everything. So let's just return on ready and see what happens. God bless it. Why does it keep opening this damn dirt block? I don't need this. Ah! Okay. Let's look at our imports. If I brought in Vault, for instance, and we go and we look at it. Incoming's node clashes with static body collision shape 3D already in the scene, presumably from a more nested instance. I don't know what to tell you. Yo, Fiera, it's all right. Taking a little bit of a break.
What the dog doing?
Dog's doing your bomb.
Oh, that's cool. Cool?
Settlix with the raid,
you think
man.
It's cool? It's cool.
Do a shout out. Settlix is a really cool, chill streamer. If you're not following Settlix, you should. Doing mostly doing stuff in C#, doing cool stuff with AI and
So
right
you're
now
just
you're
an
working
old
on a
hacker
game,
like
right,
me,
Settle?
but disguised as an idiot.
If I look at your stream, am I going to see something cool? Of course I am. Let me go down here. Settlix, I'm taking a little break from my tree cutting stuff. Just a teensy break. We're doing a jam. S-Funk, what's up? Kilted Ninja, thank you for coming in. Sabin, RGB Productions.
Alrighty, let's see how many things are working right
5
now.
5-hour stream.
Are we on the right playlist?
Unity 6 C#. Can I make ledge climbing happen? So we're working on. Let's see. Scrub through.
So we'll do transform the object. It doesn't work. Fully implemented from scratch. Hell, I could even take today's stream and climb start and stop. We'll reach out to our animator and we'll just boom, 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 boom. Maybe do that. Oh, good to know. Trying to make sure the whole hand isn't going into the
Looks like he's
surface.
contemplating. There we go.
Will be.
Oh my God! Look at that
that
animation states.
Still have your own created font. With
Dear
all
God, it looks like it's coming along. Last like 15 minutes. I can find a timestamp. Yeah. Throw it to me. Last 5 minutes is epic. Okay, let's go. Go back.
rendering and stuff like that. You used to share that, unless these were different forms of 3D art. Should have friend my old art collection while we were talking. We all get it. It's very funny.
Hopefully you know how much we appreciate.
Though if it didn't read
Settlix
like,
cussed.
The differences
Whoa!
in and then it erases everything.
That's like hearing Mr. Rogers
from
drop an F-bomb.
And then we can make it sure that we
For
only,
514.
it makes
okay.
more sense to do the null check there. Then we don't need this. In Copilot probably, but that's what comes
I sometimes
with
curse.
territory, I guess.
When the dog's
Man,
not
I'm
around.
so happy. I'm so happy. It totally works. So in 5
We might be
hours
getting a
today, I've
goat,
got
you guys.
Complete.
Oh, nice.
Inverse kinematic enabled ledge climbing that seems to be pretty resilient.
Very nice.
I fixed an initial anticipated issue of trying to repeatedly climb the same exact.
Very nice. I'm not jealous. So just don't get it twisted. I'm not jealous at all. What are you talking about? I am not jealous. So does the mesh need the block? Okay, hang on a second. So we're going to go block bits, anvil. God, I just want to be done with this part of it. Just want to be done with this part of it. Want to be done? Just want to be done with this part. Hi. It's not block anymore, it's taco. Dude, I'm having a weird problem in Godot right now by setting type when I do this imports. I don't know why that's giving me an issue. I don't know why. I was complaining about that. That shouldn't even be there. Good gravy. Okay. So we're gonna see about let's open this one up. Okay, so let's create a new mesh off of this. So yeah, we're working on I'm getting my stuff ready, my mise en place for doing a jam game for Metroidvania. It's a month-long jam for Metroidvania. Metroidvania month, I believe is the name of the jam. It's going away. And I've always wanted to do it. And so I just figure now or never. And we're still falling through. Still falling through. It's starting today? Yeah, it's starting tonight, Fiera. So I'm going to try to make a Minecraft-vania. We'll see if it's a total disaster. Which it very well could be. Ooh, merge with existing. We don't want to merge with existing. We want to flush it out. Right? Yeah. Okay, did this do it? Yes! Okay. Let's go. All right, so now we can just use grid map. Hell yeah. Okay, so that solves that problem. But our issue with the block mapping is still there. Now,
Yeah,
right?
cool. You think it's cool? It's cool.
Why am I getting... What's going on? Connie. Long time no see. Connie, by the way, responsible for one of the coolest tools for talking to Twitch out there. Also a great chill stream. Recommended, highly recommended. Dear Doctor. Take two, Connie, and call me in the morning. What were you working on today? 6 hours ago, stream's over. 6 hour long stream. Set up a Twitcher. So you're working on a new setup for Twitcher. Connie's also got like a wildly.
It's 1 kilobyte in size.
It's getting even better. The avatar. That's cool.
What did
just out in the field.
Where you can have your
with a falcon.
Part of this vector 3, he can load all of them in a chunk directly, because he's not need to load the.
Working on fixing on and improving the setup. Nice. Nice. Man, this is like the OG raiding crew. This takes me back. This is like I'm back in my office. Okay, so we've got our blocks. We've got grid maps, so we don't need to do anything weird. And life is good. Now, what happens if we, just out of curiosity, let's just throw it. Yeah, so it's still complaining at us. I don't know what this is about. I'm all of a sudden getting some weird stuff from Godot with my imports that I used to never get. So, and now I'm in this circular loop here. There we go. Let go of it. There we go. So I'm not sure what that's about, but we're going to ignore it. So okay, so now we can just lay out a level, a stage. So many people struggled. Really? I thought it was great. I thought it was perfect. That's crazy. Never asked them to join and they wanted to be there. I think it's much more fun when it's not alone. Yeah, I could see that. Unfortunately, I'm too distractible. Sometimes Greg and I will be working at night and it's like we're just talking about like an old TV show for way too long. Or whatever, you know? Get almost every week of support requested in for how to set it up correctly. That's so funny. Everyone's got an opinion. I'll just say you should just stick with you got an opinion, you're deving it. It's your opinion's the right one. If you need to hear that, I'm here to say it. Okay, so we're moving around really fast, and now we need to get our camera motion movement going. And for this, I'm literally going to look up Kids Can Code. Godot FPS controller. I'm looking up a programming site for children to get my camera controller going. No shame this developer has. No shame. Mouse control, input event. I swear I was doing all this. Camera rotate. Blah, blah. Okay, we're going to steal this. Go back to our player controller. Mouse motion. Get rid of all this stuff. Okay. Yeah, Dustin's streaming as well now. Best books are topics written for 5-year-olds. Huh? Use of tab character. Your mom's a tab character. Oh, this is all screwed up. Copy and paste A. Mouse sensitivity. Your mom's sensitivity. Dude, Cricket, you need to stop. You got to stop bringing moms into this. Gonna get jumped outside of school. And we need mouse capture, right? Mouse mode. How do you do mouse mode? Mouse mode. Wasn't there like a mouse mode? Mouse mode. Dude, I'm not crazy, right? Maybe they do it here. Physics process, your mom's process. Mouse mode capture, here we go. Input mouse mode, okay. Roger that, 10-4. Okay. Bring it on back. And jack shit is happening. Mouse mode. Oh, we're doing double equals. We don't want that. We want an assignment, not a comparison. There we go. Okay, so now we can walk around and we can look. And we can come over here. And we're super fast right now. But we don't have an opinion on how fast we should be able to move just yet. This is pretty fast. This is like fly mode in Minecraft. And we don't have our jump. So jump is spacebar. So jump plus spacebar. Go back. Meth mode. Is that the world's perspective when you're on meth? I always thought it would slow things down. Wouldn't know. I always got back in the 90s, that was just a common insult that I got all the time as I was on crack. So that was just my life in the 90s. Okay, so now let's go ahead and add a raycast from our player controller. Our camera should be up near where our head actually is, right? So let's bump the camera up to our skull. Where our head is. Fiera knows. Lay it on us, Fiera. How does it work? Is the reason why everyone's walking around slow on meth is because they perceive the world as happening really fast? Is that it? Okay, so now that's to our waistline. Yeah. This is all right. We're still moving hella fast. But we're good for that for now. They do not walk slow? Oh, I don't know. I don't even know, dudes. Am I thinking of how to hold your parking spot? What's that one? When you're like trying to like hold someone's parking spot, you just kind of stand around like this. What's that one? I forget what that one is. That's fentanyl? Okay. I wouldn't know. I really wouldn't. I am straight edge, man. We don't need any of this. Let's get rid of all this. We don't need any of this. Oh, yeah, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Dabba-dabba-dabba-dabba-ba-ba. Scooby-dooby-dabba-dabba-ba-ba. Ain't no lie. Something. Bye-bye. How am I going to playtest this, bros? I'm just now realizing that we have some problems in front of us. As far as... Oh, God. This is, oh, my God. I am an idiot. I'm an idiot. I don't know meth people from my own circles, just to be clear. Yeah, I know it just destroys people, though. Like, if you're not careful, that thing... I've seen Always Sunny. I know how it ends. All right. So we want a raycast. So we're going to go and do an export for it. Not on the room editor. Still need that room editor, though. So room editor, we're going to want to be able to save, and we're going to want to be able to bake our rooms. Var ray cast 3D ray cast 3D and ray cast 3D camera assign raycast. Booyah. Camera 3D, we want to put this on camera 3D. We don't ever want these direct references. What are we? There we go. Okay, so now we got our raycast, and we want it to be a certain length. And this is going to be you're pointing at a block, right? I don't know how important this is going to be. I don't see the ray. Where's our ray? Custom color. I don't see it. Do you see it? Oh, it's pointing down. We want it not on Y. We want it forward on Z. And forward is negative. 10.4. There it is, pointing out in front of us. And we also want this childed with camera And we're going to reset the transform. So now it's straight where our camera is. And our distance, let's give it 2 meters. There we go. So now we got our raycast. Now if we test it with collisions on, we're going to have this big square in front of us. So what we do is we just change the debug color to be transparent. And then when we run, it'll just not be there even though it's actually there. Okay. I'm going to tinkle really quick because I'm drinking a lot of tea. I'll be right back. So, I was reading some interesting stuff about DMT and how people tend to have some of the same experiences using it, which is really interesting. And it's cross culture too, which is really weird. But it's like weird stuff about like basically going out into the universe and visiting other beings and shit. And supposedly the same reaction that's happening in your brain when you're on it is the same stuff that when you're dying, your brain kind of just juices everything up to 11. And supposedly the experience is they theorize that it's roughly the same, which is really weird. Weird to think about. That's the only thing for me. That's the only thing about dying that I'm really like not looking forward to is the last hoorah of like some sort of massive brain event where it's like it's psychedelic. So I'm not looking forward to that. So, but it's cross-cultural though. That's the weird part in here. So that's the part that's interesting for sure. Okay. So now we can start building some things. I don't know how you know what I think about cultures, but all right. How do you know what I think about cultures? All right. Anyways, Human experiences. Yeah. I just mean to say that, you know, it's down to what the beings look like and like even their names. It's weird. That's the part that's weird. Yeah. That's the weird thing where it's like that's fucking weird. Okay. There wasn't a follow-up? Follow-up to what? Okay, so now let's get it going where we can build out the world. How do we contain the player in set areas? Do we all right. What could we test though? We could start working on block destruction and like the abilities, right? So like one ability, for instance, could be as simple as like a shovel and digging. There's this weird idea that cultures are so different from each other. I say Papakat. That's colonial mindset. I don't know. I find that the family connection in like Latin cultures is completely different than sort of Western European stuff. I think the human condition is a shared experience, but I do think the cultures can be pretty different. I mean, for instance, in like Mexican culture, you have like the importance of like the grandmother and the matriarchy, and how they are almost like raise the mother's children, and that's not something that you find in like North American I should say in like white North American cultures. So I mean you okay, so Nathir's not gonna take it at all serious. New games. The game started in this jam 3 years ago. Holy crap, really? I forget who's the other streamer that does Metroidvania stuff? I was half raised by my white ass grandparents. So yeah, I'm trying to dude, this is neat. This is gonna be a disaster. It's the first time I've ever tried to do a Metroidvania. And I'm trying to make it like kind of a first person sort of Minecraftian thing where you gain abilities to change to like remove blocks and stuff like that. And so I don't even know if there's going to be enemies in this thing yet. And my head is kind of exploding with regards to like testing and stuff like that and like all those kinds of things. Yo, Fiera. Are you streaming this stuff at all, Neat? Hang on, my wife's texting me. Just gotta make sure the kids aren't dead. Yeah, planning is tough, and nope, I don't stream. Drive-through dog vaccine clinic. Okay. How's the game coming along? Well, we're just getting our mess en place. Is that how I say it? We're just trying to get our our things in order. We got a player controller going. And I'm thinking about doing some stuff with let's go ahead and copy over. I've got something that we can do. Copy dash R from there's some code, some from a different thing that I don't want to talk about. Leave me alone. Okay, so we're going to copy that, and then we're going to create a folder in here called VFX. And then we're going to say copy / VFX star to assets VFX. Did we do it? Yes. Okay, so now we have a bunch of visual effects. All set. Those are some detailed blocks. Oh, thanks. Yeah, these are from KKit. If you search KKit, spelled kind of the same as me, my username. Post-World War II, most places like much of Western suburbans strongly don't realize the nuclear family. This is when separate households became cultural ideal. Yeah, it's almost like cultures are different in different areas, and different events and stuff can cause different groups of people to do different things. But yeah, the separate household thing is unique, and I think it's actually a horrible thing. But no, I think it's real common. Here's my experience. And I think this is where societally in the States, we really screw things up. Anytime someone dies, everyone's there like vultures. This is among certain groups of people, mainly white America. Someone dies, everyone's there for the like vultures for the estate. If there's a house, that house is going to be liquidated and sold. All that everything that really should be like, that's a house, we should keep it. It's just gone. And I think that's awful. And I see it happen all the time. So, and I think it's a huge mistake. Yeah. I did this in my jam for my old notes. Draft the small map, 2 areas, develop the progression timeline, critical path, develop the abilities that unlock the path. My grandparents' house is pretty much mine. That's good. That's nice. But are they still alive? Or did they pass away and now it's your house? They're gone. Okay. Well, that's really nice. I typically don't see that at all. Every grandparent that I've ever seen that's passed away, everything is just nuked. So anyways, yeah, so I could start working on abilities. We've got some VFX that we can do some cool stuff with. I'm eager to do something with that and experiment with that. We've got a way to build the levels. We need to be able to save these rooms so that we can do the map as well. So we need to be able to design a room, load a room, and then save them, and then set the map up with the rooms. So the map is going to be, I guess it's going to be like a lot like Metroid Prime, but cell-based, more like OG Metroid. Like Metroid, like the map you would, like, you know, more like the 2D map that you would see in, say, Super Metroid. So, but 3D. The map in Metroid Prime was like a mesh, right? You'd see the mesh outline of that room or whatever. But this is more the same size areas. To be fair, I paid half of the value to keep it that way, so it came at a cost because of bad decisions on their part. So they had to take out equity. Yeah. My aunt tried to vulture all my yeah. Had to clear this to save the house I'm in. Reverse mortgage. Oh dear God. Yeah. Well, it's smart. We have a house that's I mean, I'm happy with what we have. We need to be making more money. That's why I'm doing a game jam right now. That's not going to get us anywhere towards that path. What else? We want to be able to design. We want to be able to design on a per room basis. We want to be able to design the ambient lighting and everything like that, and the directional light. We want to be able to change those aspects as we enter and exit certain areas. I don't think we're going to be able to cash out on that black walnut. Zero mortgage. Yeah. Yeah, we're at a zero mortgage as well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Vanthamum. Yeah, totally. Yep. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Okay. How do we contain the player? Let's work on saving and loading the grid. So this, I think for now, this is going to be as easy as 1, 2, 3. Baby, that's you and me. 1, 2, 3. So let's go to room editor. So room editor is going to extend Node 3D now. And what we're going to have is an export. And it's not going to be grid map. The funny part is it takes years to learn the concept of articulating 1, 2, 3 in our human brains. Mortgage is dead. Pledge. Death pledge. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. Can I duplicate you? Duplicate. Let's create a new. We're gonna go Node 3D. What's your style of game? Neat games. Like what are you doing? 2D, 3D? Make scene root. Change. Attach script. Room editor. LOD. Room editor. Okay. Then we have grid map. We're going to detach. Detach. We're going to go back over here. We're going to assign grid map to the room editor. Booyakasha. And now we're just going to we're going to create a resource to inflation economy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you get rid of that mortgage. Holy crap, dude. It's life-changing. Typical 2D side scroller. Hook is the magical spear that can be used as a platform. Oh, nice. Yester Soul on Steam. Oh, put a link. Throw a link in here. Do 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 boop 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 boop. Talking about ABC. Scrooby dooby doop boop boop. Yeah, so counting is an abstract concept. Language acquisition is actually incredible. Almost done. Let's take a look. It's just like some giant Metroidvania porn game. I'm just like, whoa! Oh, I love the animation style. It really reminds me of what's the game where you Scribblenauts. I'm getting Scribblenauts vibes from it. I love the so you've got a shader that's taking it's like rasterizing pixels from a source that isn't pixelated, it looks like, maybe. So you're doing like vector, are you doing like kinematic movement and stuff? And then you have like a shader that's doing pixelation? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, kinda. You got that like Sakurai slowdown. Trailer's old, gotta update. It's looking good. Let me wish list it. Come on, Steam. Oh, I screwed up my Steam registration. So I have to start over. Yeah, I'm old. I like Flash. Yester Soul. Okay. Oh, you got a demo out too. How do I there we go. Add to wish list. Done. Okay. So the room editor, we're going to do world environment. This is actually, I don't know that this is going to be easy or not because how resources work. I think we have to translate the values that we need to retain. We might need to have an array of directional lights depending on what we end up doing. Like, for instance, if we want to have like glowing lava light coming up, right? Yeah, we're really kind of hosed right now. It's gonna be a long time. I mean, it could be when my kids are like in their 30s, even longer than that before this stuff turns around, guys. I mean, we need to be like, we gotta be honest about. Ugh. Pseudo Regalia is the best 3D Metroidvania I've played. I'll have to check it out. It's not turning around. Gotta have some modicum of hope, please. Please. All right, let's do resources. Resource. You don't borrow. Yeah, I know. Make my game after work if I have energy. That's hardcore. Mad props. Resource room. Okay, so now we have a resource room, and here's what we want. We want an export for all of this stuff. So we're basically going to go yoink. And then we're going to go shablank. And then here's where everything breaks down. Because with resources in Godot, you can't support node-derived classes. So I can't just have a grid map, right? No, that'd be too easy. So what we really need for the grid map is the elements of the grid map that we're using. And right now, the only things we really care about on a grid map are it's going to be a vect3 and then an integer value. So that's a dictionary to me, baby. So the grid is going to be a dictionary that is a vector 3i and an int. Done. World environment. Now this is going to be a little bit different because we've got these environment things here. What would be nice is if I could just save as. Booyah. So if we save these externally, we can reference the path of the thing and use that. So that's probably what we'll do. And then so world environment would end up being a string. Directional light 3D is a little bit more involved because we would want to store basically all of this stuff. So we're gonna have to think about this. For now we'll just cook an individual thing, but I think we're gonna need to. This is probably gonna need to be an array. So what we'll do here is we'll say node, and we'll call it lights. Flash, flash, lights, lights. So we'll put lights here. All right. It's not even guaranteed the Social Security we pay into will be available. Yeah, 100%. Make no mistake, any country is willing to bankrupt itself for pensions and their Social Security models, though. So, isn't that what happened to Greece? So directional light's going to be a little bit different. We'll look into that one here shortly. I think what we'll have is another resource that we do as a setter. We give it a directional light 3D, and then it just translates it all that into the save values of the things we want to retain. Why are we doing it this way? Because we need to be able to modularly move these things around and have the map. This is the critical thing. Have the map correctly show those changes. Right? So that's the big one. I mean, it's because when you announce that you might as well prepare yourself for capital storming, you say there's no retirement. Right. I'm a little bummed that all of Milton Friedman had some, in my opinion, some interesting solutions to some of these problems. A negative income tax, if you haven't looked into that, for instance, and a plan on how to liberate ourselves from the Social Security trap. The real problem with Social Security is a numerical. We are not at replacement numbers, and therefore there is just simply mathematically it's not going to work. Make many mistakes. Make so many mistakes. But yeah, negative income tax, especially for getting people out of poverty. I like that. Anyways. So right now we have the single lights, single directional light. That's fine. Our main concern is saving the grid map. So we're gonna make a button, a button. I believe this is in scripting, GD scripts, exported properties. I believe we can make a button, right? Somehow. Export tool Bhutan. Here we go. I'm going to steal this code. So saving and loading of the room. That's what we're going for right now, boys, ladies and gents. So we're going to call this save. Save ROM. Just remember, we don't. The one rule I have in the chat is that we don't. That we're respectful to each other. That's all. Just be careful. Be careful. Okay. You know what we could do too for the lights is again reference scenes. Okay, so we have save room. So we got save. Let's call it save room. Save room. And then we're gonna have load room. PC load letter. My wife is rocking out right now. This thing's lucky I'm not armed. All right, save room, load room. So let's put these on the top. Tippity top. Booyah. And then what we want to do is we want to prompt where to save it, right? And that's going to be pretty straightforward. People get all wild in the chat. So are we still running? Yes. Okay, so we're working the problem backwards a little bit. Here's what we're working towards. We're working towards a room editor. We're working towards saving and loading rooms. Then we're going to work on the system for placing the rooms. And then we're going to make it so that we can load the game up with the rooms, have the player character there, and travel into those rooms and stuff. Then we can do the map. And we have like the basis for navigation in a sense. Then we have to decide what happens when we do this. Whoa! How do we keep the player from falling off? That kind of thing, right? How do we design in a 3D world? How do we design things so it's like that? One easy thing is to say that we don't have an overworld. The entire game takes place in the underground, right? And maybe the last thing in the game is to get out of the underworld, right? Maybe that's the whole thing. Maybe the start of the game is most Metroidvanias, or a lot of them. I shouldn't say most. Castlevania isn't like this, but a lot of them have you going downwards, right? And I like if we do this, it would be like you're trying to go up. Do we have enemies? I don't know. I don't know how to make stuff that works for this. I guess we could have a little blaster thing or something, or like we're a mage and we have like a wand or some shit like that. So the other thing we have under our materials that we're going to be able to use is, or our assets, is these different like RPG bits. So we have like an anvil and we have like an axe. And there's a bunch of swords and stuff we can also grab from the other things. Got fishing. We could fish in the game. Water. Water would be another one where we could either like not drown and stuff. Right? So we could have like an underground reservoir. Coffee bar is the most dead I've seen all week. I don't think I could work in an environment like that. One place I do cook when it comes to coding is libraries. Libraries are, I'm always cooking when I'm for code and when I'm in a library. So I'm working on a game right now where you cut down a tree. That's the game. There's a real physical tree. The whole thing is a bunch of rigid bodies with joints. It behaves like a tree. When you cut the branch, it kind of falls and bounces around, and all the branches and you pick up the branches and then you mulch the wood, and so you're trying to clear out a tree without damaging surrounding property. So you ever seen any of those videos where some dude's cutting a tree and it fucking falls on someone's house, right? Actually, I have a reference. Let me go to the Discord. But I'm just doing this for the jam. Let's see. Yeah, this is where I got talked into it. Right here. And then, but anyways, where's the, oh, here we go. I found a Reddit that's, good for this. That's not good. Hang on, let's keep going. So this one hits a water line in the ground. This is what we're going for with the game, though. Is you're trying to cut down trees without damaging the property. In this case, they unintentionally... One of the sticks, one of the pieces of wood went into the ground and hit a water line.
It's wobbling.
There it is. Whoops. Gotta have insurance on... So we're gonna have these kinds of moments in the game. Ropes, we're gonna have ropes. Oh, this is a good one. God, this is hard to watch, guys. It's so obvious what's gonna happen. So this is the game. Now, obviously you don't want to do this, but when it happens, it'll hopefully be fun for the player to have accidentally destroyed an entire house. Not the house. Code. Speaking of that, we're going to go to the room editor. Because I think I've done some of this in tree editor. Do 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 do. Yeah, we're gonna steal this code. Wow 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 wow. Guys are getting a glimpse of what my wife is listening to. Okay. Okay. That's looking good. What am I missing? Mm-hmm. Do 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 do. Okay, so test grid map is now room editor. Okay. And we're gonna star room editor so we get to it more easily. Okay. We have load room. And load room needs to fire off load file. So load file, PC load letter, load button, load file. Okay. Close and reopen. Platform is inside tree. Your mom is inside tree. Invalid screen. Oh, is this some bullshit with Ooh, I gotta do all this. Ooh, we gotta add it. And it's gotta be in the editor. Okay. Good thing I did this before, right, boys? I actually think this is going to help me out with my side project, or not side project, but the thing I'm working on with somebody else whose name shall remain secret. Yeah, it's Greg. Gregory. The work I'm doing with Gregory. Just for the getting your head in the game kind of stuff. Load room. There we go. So now we have the editor, and we have this for save room. So now we need to do the same thing one more time for save as. So same deal. We're calling them buttons. I think that's better than action. Save button. Load button. Save as button. We're going to go save as Bhutan. And looks good. Oh, wait, close, reopen one more time. Room editor. Save as. Looking good. Okay, so now we need a place for the data. So we just create a folder called Data. And then we're going to create another folder called rooms. Then we're going to come over here and we're going to say root folder is in data rooms. So now we're trapped into that world. And when we go to save, we can only save inside there. Save room. So now we're in rooms and we're trapped. Excellent. Now the serialization. Greg, it goes okay. We're getting pretty deep in chat here right now, Greg. How you doing? And I don't think we're at the announcement just yet. I can't do deep. Into the deep. We're a few moments away. How much time do we have? I need fart jokes and pizza parties. Do you know what it's like to have sex while you're camping, Greg? It's fucking intense. Do you see what I did there? You're welcome. I hope I got a little bit of a chortle out of you. I hope you were sitting there with your beverage of choice and going.
I'm assuming you didn't eat, right?
I did not eat. Look at this. My wife has brought forth. Uh-oh. It looks nasty. It looks nasty. I got to turn off the stupid hang on.
Oh, because there's green stuff on the plate.
Yeah, green screen. Chroma key off. There we go. We got ourselves some what would you call the tacos?
I don't know. Tacos, I guess.
Tacos.
Kind of like
Tacos.
quesadilla taco.
Quesadilla. And then we just got a bunch of just some carrots and pepper. Or bell pepper. That's it. Chroma key on. Activate.
Here's a napkin for you.
Oh. Thank you. Now I have a napkin. Ban me. Man, Jocelyn just comes in and is like, come at me, bro. Got a fooled chortle. Don't actually add a mob. You tried though, Justin. Man, shots fired across the bow from Justin. You know what we need to do? We need to do like full on streamer X streamer. We need to MMA or WWF streaming and like have fake rivalries and just get people riled up and just like have like beefs with each other and stuff that's totally fake, but we try to play it up as real as possible just to like pump our numbers up and get like rage views. That's probably healthy for the community, right, guys? Fancy cloth napkins. This is a high quality establishment, Johnson. It's not because we're dirt poor and it's a way of saving money. It's totally on purpose because we're so fancy. I'm for it, honestly. That's not a napkin. That's a hat. Okay, I got to hide the camera whilst I eat. Bye-bye. You guys are going to hear it audibly, though. Just like what's her name on Euphoria. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. I gotta refresh my drink, and I'll be right back. We got a streamer down. You know what I could do? So you guys still see me a little bit, but you don't see me masticate. I could just go like this for now while I'm eating. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Welcome back, everybody. It's me. Continuing to eat my food. Okay. So this is the load function we call So we're going to call load up here. Okay. And now we need the serialization for saving. My son asked me for a bookmark the other day and I burst into tears. 11 years old and he still doesn't know my name is Greg. We're 1 hour away. Oh, so good. Okay. So we have a function we're going to call serialize. And when we go to save, resource room, so we go var There we go. And then the serialized function will take all of those elements and turn them into data that we want. Specifically for the grid map. And then the same thing for deserialize. Which this might be a little bit more complicated because we're going to need to return some different things here. So we need to deserialize grid map, for instance. And this is going to return a grid map. And so we will say var grid map like that. And then we will set the grid map data here. Okay, coming along. Oh, a silly alligator hat. That would be great. Here, I could, ooh, I know what I could do. Hang on. Oh, there we go. Crikey. Oh. Right. There we go. Shoot her! Shoot her! Right, guys? Do I need the one side down? Should I do it on the other end? Right there. Like that. We'll do it like this. We should do this, and then I should do my wig. Hang on. I'll put the mullet on. There we go. I look exactly like the paleontologist that was in the second Jurassic World movie. I also kind of look like one of the characters in Splunky. Someone's gonna raid me and legit think this is how I dress. Or that, like, this is who I am. There we go, man. I'm just, like, working on my game, you know? Trying to take it easy. The coolest people like tractors but don't anymore. They are ex-tractor fans. Okay. Set. So set sell item. Okay. So we set the sell items and we return the grid map. And that gets us back the grid. Now we need to do the opposite to serialize. All right. Get sell. Okay, so there's this serialization for the grid map, and then we can deserialize it so we can save and load the grid map. Let's go back to the room editor. Coffee shop stream win. I hate how cool he looks because of the mullet. Should I grow a mullet out? All right, gonna head back home. Coffee shop was a success. Still highly recommend. Nice. Told my roommate that the next door neighbor died. He said, "Who? Ray?" I said, "It's way too early to celebrate like that." Have admitted for myself many years. So if you think you'd like, if you think you may like it, me, but don't go to coffee shops. Go. Medusa, are you having a stroke? Do you smell burnt toast, Medusa? Have recommended for myself many years, so you think you may be like me, but don't go to coffee shops. Go. He's having a stroke. Man, my wife she's like, keep it on tonight. Keep the wig and the hat on. She's like, do you have your cargo pants? Do you have any cargo pants? Could you put some cargo pants on? She's repulsed by your forehead. All right, let's continue on. Bring the knife. Oh my God. Holy smokes. So how does the actual save happen? Punctuation is the difference between helping my Uncle Jack off a horse and helping my Uncle Jack off a horse. Oh, that's not a knife. Oh, I thought you were talking about, you're right. I didn't say it. I didn't say it with the accent. I'm sorry, Jacob. It's not a knife. Problem is, like with an Australian accent, is you end up doing New Zealand. Kind of switch between the two. Knife. Oh, no. Here we go. Oh, no. Now, if I just assign the grid map, do you think that's enough? Let's try it. I'm going to open up the room editor. We're going to save. Test. Room. Save. Okay. We've saved it. We're going to go. I don't know. Let's erase some stuff. Okay. Erasing a bunch of stuff. Stuff has been erased. Load room. Open. Invalid function saw deserialized grid map. Attempt to call the method on a placeholder instance. Check if the script is in tool mode. It is in tool mode. How did you know? Or, oh, there's no tool. This isn't a tool. So we want to say tool. Okay. We're going to save the room editor as is.
Papa,
Good night, handsome.
and what are you looking at right now?
Just some stuff for the game.
Oh,
Are you
What do you think? No, no.
not my thing.
She says it's not her thing. Can you believe that?
it's my penis.
You like my ridiculous outfit?
Yeah.
My son says it's his thing. So
And also, it kind of looks like that's Minecraft right now.
it does kind of look like Minecraft.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm going for.
Oh, what kind of a dog?
Come here, baby. Come here.
Weird. It feels like a Playmobil figure. Oh my god. You know what's cool? When it's raining, the water just wicks off. I mean, it's the same with the cowboy hat. It's nice. Ah. Let's try it again. So I think what we should do for deserialized grid map is actually pass the grid map into it. And then we'll be changing the data directly. And instead of returning a value, it manipulates the value of the grid map we pass into it. So we get rid of this. Yeah, handsome. Thank you, bud. I appreciate it. I'm doing my best. Good night, Odie. Good night. Try to do some reading with Mama. Okay. There we go. All right, so let's clear it out. So we'll just do a clear on load on a grid map. So we clear the grid map when we load the room. There, it's gone. Open. Booyakasha, y'all. Now let's try doing a change to the stage. We'll put just a good old green block right there. And we will save the room. Close. Open. Load. There's our green block. All right, so we have a room saver loader editor thing. Now we can set our maximum bounds. How big should our rooms be? This is a question. Green's my fave. 8. Agree. 8. Damn it. Oh, this is really flattering. Here we go. There we go. Look at that. With the big ass forehead. Oh, yeah. This is how you get the ladies, guys. This is it. They just want to see a nice receding hairline. That really gets them going. You absolutely look Australian. Oh, hold on there. That's a drop bear. You're the only one who sees it, to be honest. I see it everywhere. Everywhere I go. Let's confirm. Can I run the scene? No. Okay, so now we're officially in Broken Land. And we can't run the scene because it clears out when it loads. And we just end up falling through space. So now we're in it. We're in it because now we need to fix the size. So I did what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're 16 by 16 right now. And so what we can do is connect a signal to the grid map. And when the grid map tries to set a value that's outside of this bounds, we literally will not be able to. So that'll be good. Yeah. Yeah, I take a forehead over my balding crown. Oh, and here comes Justin with his luxurious locks just to rub it in. Dude, and his like fireman mustache. He looks like he's like volunteer firefighter. I've told him before. That son of a bitch. I have great hair, but the universe is cruel, mistress. I can't take care of it, and I was going to say straight hair would be ideal. Wouldn't. You know, I have a funny story. I remember because my son's eyes were blue. And when a baby's born, typically the eyes are blue and then they change color at some point. But my son's never did. And he got old enough to the point where we're like, I guess that's his eye color. And it was a little confusing because both my wife and I are brown eyes. And I don't know the genetics of it, but I was like asking my mom, I'm like, hey, is there anybody on either family side with blue eyes for me? And she's like, no, I don't think so. And then she says, and this is just typical of my mom, or was, she's like, but your father had the most beautiful blue eyes. And I was like, oh, okay. So that's where it comes from. His grandfather. Anyways. So I think we're going to solve our problem of like edges by just not doing the overworld. We're going to be in caves. This creates another problem with design. Can you guys see can you spot the problem? Can you spot the design problem? So we're going to have to figure that out too. I'm never going to get rated again. Watch. People are just like, what the hell? What's wrong with that guy? Wait, what if I switched it around? Hang on. What if we did like this? And then we put the hat on. Hold on. Now I look like summer camp. All right, kids. Everyone over. 1, 2, 3. Eyes on me. All right, everybody. Everybody, let's all line up right here, right in front of me. It's a little more homeless. A dirty hippie. So we're going to do our earth beads in 30 minutes at the gazebo, okay? Now, you guys have to finish your registrations before we do that. Does everyone have everything in order? This is uncomfortable. It's all the bangs. Here we go. All right, I'll flip it back. This is why I don't grow my hair out. I used to grow my hair real long, but this is what it would look like with like, it would look like this. So we don't do that anymore because it just looks like I'm trying too hard. There's a certain point you just got to let it go, you know? Just like Elsa. Just like my girl Elsa. All right. Put it back on. Hat's coming back on. Do we want the hair down a little bit? There we go. Beautiful. Wait. Hat. Put it down. There we go. Looking good. Looking good. Yeah. I think I ruined it. Messed it up. You gotta buzz that stuff. Buzz it, Medusa. All right. You look fine, Medusa. Don't worry about it. All right. Buzz. Okay, so now that we have a room editor, so we're thinking 32. This does seem pretty small. 32 would be this
Gentlemen,
would become 4 times.
This is Democracy Manifest.
MYD 444, thank you for the follow. MYD 444. Thank you. All right, back to work. Confidence is not my problem. I overshot that years ago. Still reeling it in. Reeling your mom in. That's what I'm doing. So how do I isn't there, I swear there's some sort of, there we go. So can I select depth and height? Oh, snap. No. That would be too nice. That would be too nice. We're going to go down to 0. Copy that. How do we assign where the paste goes? No, we're not copying. Ah! Move? Fill? Duplicate? There we go. Okay. So let's go ahead and save that. Very good. Okay, so this is 32 by 32. Let's go ahead and set up the grid map's got to have changed. Emitted when the mesh library of this grid map changes. That's not helpful. Emitted when the cell size changes. That's not helpful. Are we serious right now? There's no way to know. Well, let's connect to changed. We're going to have a function called grid map changed. Okay, let's see if it fires when we just change something. All right, so here's our room. Setting a value. And nothing. Emitted when the cell size changes. What useless trash. This is junk. So whenever we save and load, I guess what I'll do is I'll add a button that says call grid map. This is trash. These are the two functions for the whole thing. Wow. Well, I mean, there's other ways of figuring this out, but like we could detect mouse click, and anytime there's like a left click, I could be like, oh, did the go through the entire grid map and see if anything changed, right? But for now, we'll just call it. So const room size int equals 32. And I suppose yeah, we'll make a button called call. Yeah, for now. Call room. Call button. Call room. And call room. Should we base it around 0, 0? I think that'll make it easier for placing the rooms. And for designing them, I suppose. I don't know. What do we think? Do we put it on the corner? 0, 0 is the starting point of the room? Or do we say 0, 0 is the center of the room? I feel like knowing where the center is helpful. So let's do that. We're going to have, because having the Y pump, pass through the room is useful. So we will say that we need to be offset by that. So how do we figure? Yeah, this is weird because one of these is 0, 0. 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13. 0, 0. So that would be 15, but then this one would be all the way to negative 16. Isn't there a way to show? Um, so this is 16. And since we have a 0 index, we end up at 15 over here. So I'm not going to worry about this just yet. Oh man, Hypnotic Games at the raid when I'm wearing the most embarrassing hat.
Yeah, cool. You think it's cool? It's cool. It's not cool.
Thank you for coming in. I don't normally look like this, and I'm not like normally what do you call it? Like a
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
We're working on a jam game, just getting it started for Metroidvania month jam. Not usually an Aussie impersonator. I know, right? It is weird having this hair, though. I miss having my long locks. I always look like this. It's true. It's true. I always do. Hypnotic, what were you working on? Makings of a good mullet. So it's pretty itchy. I gotta admit, it's really itchy. More modeling. Nice. We do shout out. So we're working on getting a system going for making 3D rooms for a Metroidvania. We're going to use Minecraft style blocks. And we've got our player controller going, and we can save and load rooms now. And so we're just kind of finessing some things. I guess what I should move on to, I probably should. I'm going to move on to the map editor, where we can load in the different rooms and connect them together. Made 4 more bobbleheads for our games. Nice. Let me see. Let me check out the stream. I'm scrubbing. Well, these guys are cute. You're not too bad yourself, buddy. Here we go.
That.
First bobblehead we did today. Legless tea leaf is the best.
That. Okay.
But I got to admit, I legit wear my hat I wear this hat like this when I'm doing yard work, and I got to wear my over-the-ear headphones. I wear my hat like this, unironically. Most of the time it's down like this, though. This is how I look when I'm outside gardening. Ain't no shame in it. This is how I look when I'm outside gardening. Although it's not as poofy on the top because there's a giant wig that's smashed in here. Stops the headphones from ruining the hat. Well, yeah, and I just don't care. Once you go dad, you never go back, you know? You just don't care anymore. Wait, is Legolas Tea Leaf a reference to Legolas? Nice. Legally distinct. Legally distinct Legolas. It's
Okay.
nice. I'm glad you're doing good. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. I appreciate it, y'all coming in. So back to what we were doing. I guess we need to do map editor. So we'll make a seed and call it map editor. How about that? Map editor will allow us to stitch together a bunch of rooms. And we could even do the same rooms if we wanted, right? And so we're going to attach a script, call it map editor. Going to put this in scene. It's node 3D, all good there. Save the scene. Okay, so now we have map editor. And what's the first thing we do? Well, I suppose we have a save and load, right? I cut my grass the other day in my 3M Pelletor Optime 3, and I totally can't find them now. Oh, geez. Are those like super expensive headphones? They sound expensive. Are they like noise canceling too? Noise canceling just reminds me of the sensation of your ears popping when you go at a high altitude really fast. Like when you're driving and you're going up some grade and your ears pop. Audio blocking, yeah. Nice. Totally can't find them now. That's a Cricket thing to do. Losing, like, for instance, should I admit this? Every time I need my wallet, it's an adventure. It's like, where's my wallet? Well, where were the last pants I was wearing? Like, what about my jacket? What about the nightstand? What about this? What about that? I'm a grown man and I can't find my damn wallet all the time. Okay, so I suppose that the map editor, so I think the map editor is going to be a bit simpler because basically all we need to do is, and this is something we're not doing yet either, but we do need to. We need to give unique identification or, well, it's already a resource. So we would say it would just be a dictionary and it would be the position and the resource for the room. And that would be it for the map editor as far as the resource that we save for the map editor. So that would be it. So let's do that. We're going to build a resource for the map editor. This gets a lot easier. So resource map, and this is a resource, and this is real simple. All it is for now, as far as I can think, is and it might get more complicated because we might want to say like, oh, we want to classify it as a specific biome type or something, but we might be able to do that on loading anyway. So, and we might want to also flag if it's visible or not. You know, it'll get maybe more complicated than what we're doing initially, but we just need this going. So we're going to do a dictionary, and this is going to be rooms, and a dictionary, and it's going to be resource, no, vector 3, because we're in 3D. Vector 3i resource room. We got to spell resource right. And that's it for now. And that needs to be a var. So that's it. So there's our map editor now, at least for the first part of this. So that's for the resource map. So now in the map editor, we need to add that. So now we do export resource map. Resource map. It needs to be a var. I always forget to do that when I do export. I need to get better at doing autofills. Okay, so that's the resource map. So we go over here. Now it has it. We're going to do a new one. And we're just going to save as and put this inside of our scene. So now it's separate from the scene itself. Or we're going to save it as data. And I suppose we'll just call it map. And that's that. So now when we... So the way this will serialize is when we make... So how are we going to put rooms in the scene and move them around? This is going to be interesting. I don't know. We'll figure it out. They make me look like a cyberpunk douchebag in your headphones. I just have a pair of Sony, like some cheap Sony ones. It was a good kind of compromise. Nice thing about the over-the-ear ones too is the battery life's way longer than the little ones. They took the little ones. They took the little ones. Since we're referencing Lord of the Rings, we'll just keep it going. So how do we do this? I dig my in-ear ones, but the over-the-ear ones sound great, but look too exotic. I miss the kind that were over the ear and then they'd arch around the back. And those seem to have gone out of style. They would like hook onto your ears and then they had like the little thing going around the back. They don't seem to be that popular anymore. Oh, wow, yeah. Everyone looks so angry wearing them. As soon as they put them on in this little ad, they get real mean and angry looking. I have some aftershocks that I love, the bone conducting ones. And I can still hear everything. Those go back behind your heads. Interesting. Interesting. Muy interesting. How about we're going to allow you to screw this up for initially. So we're going to have an array here of rooms. So you just bam, and then you're going to quick load. So you'll have the resource of the room. So bam, I'll go here. Here's a room, right? And it just knows because that's the type that we need, right? So I can just load the room in. So the minute we do this assignment here, then we can place the room in the center of the map because that's the position here. And then we just move it around by changing the, that's it. So that's how we're going to do that. So now what we need to do is every time we add a room, we need to be connected to this resource and know that a new room has been added. When the new room has been added, we're going to connect signals to know when the, we don't need to know anything about the room, actually. We just connect. Okay, so we're going to go resource map. So whenever this is changed, we need to send out a signal. He gave us the signal. So set value rooms equals value. And then we need a signal. And this is funny because we're not going to know which room changed. Fuck. I mean, we can figure out in a loop, but it's just going to be all of them every single time because it's an array. That's fine. For the airports, I do have noise canceling, or I spend the whole day furious. We're going to make a node here called rooms. And we're going to go over to the map editor and we're going to say export var underscore rooms. And this is a node. We just need a reference to that because that's where we're going to put all the rooms when we instantiate. So we have a place to clear it out when we first come in as well. Also, we should be able to just autofill this every single time. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. We're going to be able to see the entire world in one single spot. We can also see what that would be represented as the map in the game. This is the map editor. So I think what we'll do is we'll probably have two scenes. One is the room layout, and then one will be the map layout. And then we can just show and hide them. So we might have to make this a node 3D just for the time being. Okay, so on ready. Also, this needs to be a tool. So we got to set this to a tool, and then we got to do the same thing for the resource map. Otherwise, stuff gets janky. Okay, so now they're usable in the editor. And then over here on func, on ready, we say resource map. And now we need the change. How much time is wasted? Signal. Rooms changed. And we go here, emit. Rooms changed, emit. I suppose we could pass the room value across. We're not going to do that. We just need a signal to connect to. Rooms changed, connect. Rooms changed. And we have a function here. Rooms changed. I suppose it would be the good design would be to send the room value. So that's our dictionary. What am I doing wrong here? Am I spelling something wrong? No. Oh, we need a variable name. Silly me. Oops. Okay, so now we have our rooms that have changed. And then we paint them into, we're going to do this the dirtiest, most inefficient way possible because we're going for speed, not for performance. And this is the editor for the designer. It's not game. Thanks, Redstone. Your mom gave it to me. She mailed it in. Yeah, noise canceling on a plane is really helpful. Especially when it starts crashing. You need to dull out the screams. All right, so Guess who's 18 in 15 days? Aw, damn. That means your Steam stuff's going to be all ready to go, right? Congrats. We're going to star the map editor as well. Set rooms is firing. That's weird, right? Is it because it's a key and not a value? Do I have to return? Map editor 9. Is it not instantiated? Is that the problem? Are we not hitting... Ready's firing. What am I doing wrong with the signals? It's looking fine to me. Rooms changed. Rooms changed. Resource map, rooms changed. Do we have... We have a resource. Invalid access to property or key, rooms changed on base of object type. We're not doing... What's wrong here? Everything's good, my dude. Have a good night. Bought a second Steam page. Nice. Dude, what the fuck is the problem? We're going to delete this. I suspect there's something wrong with that more than the broom editor. Or the map editor. Alas, that's not the case. Oh, we don't emit. Yeah, we do. It's right there. What do you want me to do? What am I getting wrong here, guys? This is a simple signal connection. I barely use signals anymore in Godot. And now I need to. And it's just shit in the bed. Ugh. Thanks, Fiera. You know what I gotta do? I gotta take it off. It's killing me, man. It's too itchy. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I could put the hat on, but the wig thing, oh, that's killing me. Oh, that feels good. That wig, though? Man, you ladies really like that wig. Invalid access to property or key room change. It's not a fucking key. It's a goddamn signal. Resource map. Rooms changed. Connect. How is this different than the other one? It's not. It's exactly the same. Rooms changed. Booyah. Invalid access to property. You know what? We're going to just reload Godot. Vex unfollows. It's just not the same. Hey, did that fix it? Yes, it did. Because we're dealing with tools, guys. Pro tip, anytime you're doing stuff with tools in Godot, do not forget. Sometimes you just gotta you gotta close and reopen Godot because it just gets out of whack. All right, so now we get a notification that rooms have changed. So what are we gonna do when rooms change? Well, we're gonna clear out every single child already in there. This is ridiculous, I know, but for child node in rooms get children, child queue free. So we just nuke what we have because we're doing this the easiest way possible. So we've nuked every single room. What next? Well, we have a point in space and we have the room. So what we're going to do is we are going to instantiate that room into space. How do we do that? Well, one way we could do this is by setting up a grid map and just injecting these values into the grid map. Just like we do when we build the level out. This is the same thing we're going to do when we build the level out in the actual running game. So we may want to put this in a static function somewhere. So we do a grid map. We have a grid map, so we're going to look for a grid map. We're going to create a grid map. And we should be able to offset our coordinates to match the offset of our coordinates for this other stuff. So we've got the grid map. We need to assign the grid map. The grid map is assigned. So now we have everything for that set up in the scene tree. You know what I need to do too? We got to get this going on Git. I haven't committed a single thing yet. So we need to get a Git going on this. Give me a moment. You know who I could sick on this to help me? Is one of my friends. Maybe. So we've initialized Git. Going to put ourselves on main. I'm going to do this off screen. And the Git repo. And then we can do our first commit. Bakanon. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da. Bakanon. Bakanon. So this is our initial project. So this is going to be quite the push. We'll call it initial commit. Push it up. Come on. Hopefully it's not too big. That was easy. It wasn't big at all. Okay. So we queue free the rooms. We base everything off 0, 0, and we just expand that way, right? How about we do that? How about we do not allow ourselves to go in the negative on the Y, the X, or the Z values? It always has to be positive. How about we do that? Seems fair. We also need to, for the rooms, we have to assign like a starting point. So that's kind of an interesting thing to think about. 0, 0 is a very good place to start. So we need to do the offset. So we say for room vector 3i in rooms. Then to get the resource, we say rooms, room, of course. So that's the room. And then we take that resource. We have to get its values. We have a function in it that deserializes the grid map, but it puts it back into a grid map. It needs a grid map in order to do that into. So this is really deserialized into grid map. We need to deserialize git. We'll call it git grid map. Even though we should have called that one git grid map. Check Discord. Submarine shipping game. Proximity chat. When you and your friends ship packages to drop off zones, get cash upgrades. More packages whilst you stay safe. Although there is something outside the sub and you must navigate through terrain. That's just my sick pitch. Looks cool. So the sub stuff, this is all like Metal Gear Solid shader stuff going on here for like PS1. So where are you getting the, are you building the models? Lighting, it's all really beautiful. Nice work. Get grid map. And what we do here is we return the grid map. So we say var grid map equals grid map new. Try saying that 10 times fast. Return grid map. Okay. So that's how we can read the grid map. Yes, pro modeler guy here. Amazing work. No joke, dude. No joke. Nice work. I'll be right back. I gotta clean up some plates and stuff.
Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, alright? I learned it by watching you.
back. Okay, so the Jam has announced the theme, right? Let's see. What is the theme? Make your own theme. Pick one word from the left column and pair it with a one from the right. You need to interpret the result as a whole. During submitting, you will explain your interpretation of the combination you picked. Absurd side effects, generation, size, controlled, and defective. You guys got any ideas? Theme is absurd size. Something about generation for like generation of blocks. The defective idea. Size stuff sounds annoying to solve for. Defective size for me, more like. Fucking not. Oh, man. Absurd size. Generation works for like proc gen. Absurd side effects or controlled side effects, defective side effects. Controlled side effects. I'm leaning on side effects. We can tie it into abilities maybe. Generation stuff. Yeah, it's too bad side effects and generation are on the same side. But I honestly don't know if I have time to do proc gen, frankly. I've done it. I've got algorithms going and I know how to do it. Like Minecraft proc gen. I've done it before. One of my library programming sessions. I have code for it. I had a game idea a while back. Side effects is sick. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning on side effects, but absurd side effects. So maybe there's like a pro and a con to your abilities. Something like that. Do defective generation and then write sucky proc gen. That's the way to go. Okay, so for the grid map, we're gonna take the room size, multiply the cell position of the room. So room is our cell position. So room times resource room so we have room editor, room size, and room editor. We should do room size and resource room. We'll do it here. And probably go into a config. Resource room size. So that's our position for each cell in the grid map. Then we say grid map get cell. Why is nothing? Get cell item. And actually, we don't need the cell stuff at all. Grid map get used cells. And then so then on our global grid map, we say set cell. And then we have the position. So we say cell position. And we'll say room position. So we multiply these two things together. That's our starting position. And then we add the cell position. I think that's it. Rooms changed, method not found. Map editor. Error calling signal, rooms changed to callable, rooms changed. Method not found. The fuck are you talking about? It's right here. I think we lost. I don't see it. So we're just null right now. Rooms is null. So let's do this. Why are we size 0? Oh, man, Godot. Ah. So it's not set cell, it's set cell item. What? Okay, what happened? Why can't I change the value? Okay, so that's that. But why can't I set the size now? A top down? Yeah, you could totally. Wouldn't Zelda be a Metroidvania then? No, generally there's a critical path in a Metroidvania. Zelda 1 in particular is you can complete it in many different ways. Okay, so this is working. It's just not letting me change. Oh, is it because it's a key value that you can't change it? Right. Yeah, so I could do like this and say, oh, I want to move it down one. And then add it. And then there would be another one that shows up below like that. And then if I get rid of this one, then the top one would go away. All right, it's jank, but it'll work. Head over heels, 2-player style stretch goal. Oh, man. Okay. So we have our partitioning of our rooms. I mean, I need a lot of things for this. Shit. Because again, if it's caves, it's going to be like enclosed. And even if I'm building this out visually, I won't be able to tell what the hell's going on unless maybe I throw a shader on these or material in the editor so I can see through them. So we've got some implementation details that we have to sort of tackle. Right. But yeah, Zelda, because of its open choice and completing dungeons in different orders and stuff, it doesn't really constitute it doesn't constitute a crawler or a Metroidvania. A dungeon, you could do a dungeon crawler Metroidvania. That'd be another thing I could have done. Some sort of dungeon crawler. Okay, so we have our map editor. And let's put our test room here. So we're definitely going to need performance improvements for the room stuff. We only want to cull and move the room that we've added for sure. For sure. Because otherwise, because we're clearing the entire map and re-adding everything, and that's not going to work. Yeah. Unlocks via things, also get to unlock things, but also fight enemies. You can be, yeah, exactly. Locking traversal behind abilities and skill with those abilities is like a key element of a Metroidvania, for sure. Like 100%. All right. Let's say that the world starting position for the player is 0-0. Okay? And so what we're going to do is we're now going to take all of this that we've got going and we're going to create a game scene. And we're going to use some of the same functions that we have for the map editor for creating the scene itself. Now, here's the beauty of this. We can bake the scene. It could just be one big-ass scene that we bake. Now, probably going to be some problems with that in sense of calling. So what we would probably want to do, not only do we have just general calling in the game, draw distance and stuff, but we'd actually want to put each of the rooms in a reference of where we are positionally, be able to turn off the everything about that room if we're not near it. Allow seeing through walls and geometry. Damn, T-Bob. Okay, I'll definitely check it out. But this is trash. The performance for this is trash. I don't know why it's so slow either. That's kind of weird to me. I think part of it might be that we're repeating some math operations that we could easily like we could cache this, right? So we could say var current world position vector 3i equals this. And then we use that. And that's a small little thing right there to improve the performance. And really, what you do is you don't keep assigning variables in for loops, right? You do this on the outside at the beginning. And then you just assign it. So you're not constantly instantiating memory. You're just using a pointer to the same thing. The same thing for the grid map here. We can just yank this out, put it up here. And then grid map. And then all we do is on each on each of these, we just clear the grid map. But we're not creating a new one every time. That may help. Let's try deleting that, see what happens. Wildly slow. This is embarrassing. Okay. I think that was actually a little bit faster than before, but still shit. All right, Bob, have a good night. It's exactly what you need. I wrote it ages ago. Hope it helps. Nice. Okay, thank you so much, Bob. Yeah, if it just chooses a space like right in front of the center of the camera and makes it tunnel vision, that's it. Okay, let's get the world going. So we're gonna do a new scene, and we're gonna call it game, and save it here. Now, I believe that we'll bake the scenes from the map as well. There is another problem with this. Yeah, we definitely need like baking. It might take some time actually. Well, we might want to do. See, if we change the room, any cell in the room, we won't know because grid map is stupid and the signals for it are not anything we can use. So we constantly have to redo this. Wonder if there's a way to merge grid maps through grid map. Local to map. Make baked meshes. Map to local. Resource changed. This method does nothing. But grid map does not inherit resource, right? Set cell. Set navigation map. Let's get use cells. Well, we'll leave it alone for now. This is it. I think creating a new grid map every time is part of the slowness. When we get grid map, we return grid map. We only use grid map 2 times after that. We don't need to clear it because they're going to reset it every time. So just as a test, I'm going to put this one above us. Even changing these values makes it trigger. What we could do is hash the room. When we do a set, we could say, has it changed, and compare the hash. So if we hash okay, this is slow as molasses. So there's our map. Done. And we need a grid map. Oh, see, if we do a series of grid maps, that reference instead of one big grid map, then we can just shut those off, but depending on where you are. All right, gotta run. Yeah, no problem. I should probably run too. It's getting pretty late. Been going for 6 hours almost. So, all right. Much love to everybody out there. We're going to go ahead and raid out. 32 of you hanging out here. That's wild. I appreciate it all of you guys. I hope you guys have a good weekend. I will be here tomorrow and Sunday working on this. Yeah, we've got a lot of interesting problems in front of us, namely some things with performance. And Chief Multi-Hat, what's up? Of course. Everyone be safe. Enjoy the weekend. It's really windy where I'm at. We're gonna raid it's LJ, I think. Yeah. Yo, it's LJ, that's who we're gonna raid. Okay. See you guys later. Gotta wait for the countdown. Dodging tornadoes, it seems, this weekend. Yeah, we've been getting some crazy winds. So many trees in our area have been knocked over. It's been wild. Yeah, stay safe. All right. Yeah, be careful. Just keep your head on a swivel. Yeah, stay frosty, all that stuff. Much love.